Hello my dear students, welcome to course Python 101 Unlock Programming Skills, and now we tell about a little bit simple operations in Python. Start for the simple calculation. Enter calculation in the browser in the left window. You remember? Print 2 plus 2 and other seven plus 8 minus 6. Check, run program. 4 and 9. Yes. About spaces. The spaces between digits, between plus, digits and minuses, it's optional. The code would work without them, but they make it easier to read. It's easy for understand. Yes, in good style. Yes, that's all. Now we're talking about multiply and divide. Python also carries out multiplication and division. For it, use asterisk to indicate multiplication, and for indicate division, please use a forward slash. For example, using an asterisk, the 3 asterisk, what is good style, 3 blank space asterisk, multiply 4 plus 5. Check. As 27. And another operation for division, use a forward slash. This slash. Yes. Yes, I make a message for you about multiplication and division. And now we maybe do operation of division. 10 divided by 3. Yes. Use a blank space, please, for good style, for more readable program codes, and check. Good. And now let's talking about another simple operation, maybe negative number and operation with negative number. Negative number, it's number like this. Yes, and do operation with negative number, complex operation. Complex arithmetic, of course, like minus 5, minus 3, multiplication on -7. And remember about bracket. Yes, check it. -6, -56. Yes. The plus signs can also be put in front of number, but this has no effect. And it mostly use it to emphasize that a number is positive. That increase readability of program code in Python. Yes, it's about another operation. Let's talk about dividing by 0. Dividing by 0, the result divided by 0 in Python, it's error, a special error. Look on this. Maybe 7 divided by 0. Check. Run. Yes, 0 division error. In Python, the last line of error message indicates the error type. What less? Please read these messages carefully. These messages, can you fix the program and delete bugs? And now it's maybe all about simple operation. Go to the next stage, next lesson. Hello, my dear students. Welcome to course Python 101 Unlock Programming Skills. And now we tell about a little bit simple operations in Python. Start for the simple calculation. Enter calculation in web browser in the left window. You remember? Print 2 plus 2 and other seven plus 8 minus 6. Check, run program. 4 and 9. Yes. About spaces. The spaces between digits, between plus, digits and minus, it's optional. The code would be work without them, but they make it easier to read. It's easy for understand. Yes, in good style. Yes, that's all. Now we're talking about multiply and divide. Python also carries out multiplication and division. For it, use asterisk to indicate multiplication, and for indicate division, please use a forward slash. For example, using an asterisk, the 3 asterisk, what is good style, 3 blank space, asterisk, multiply 4 plus 5. Check. As 27. And another operation for division, use a forward slash. this slash. Yes. Yes, I make a message for you about multiplication and division. And now we maybe do operation of division. 10 divided by 3. Yes. Use a blank space, please, for good style, for more readable program codes, and check. Good. And now let's talking about another simple operation, maybe negative number and operation with negative number. Negative number, it's number like this. Yes, and do operation with negative number, complex operation, complex arithmetical, of course, like -5, -3, multiplication on -7, and remember about bracket. Yes, check it. -6, -56. Yes. The plus signs can also be put in front of number, but this has no effect, and it must use it to emphasize that a number is positive. That increase readability of program codes in Python. Yes, it's about another operation. Let's talk about dividing by 0. Dividing by 0, the result divided by 0 in Python, it's error, a special error. Look on this. Maybe 7 divided by 0. Check. Run. Yes, 0 division error. In Python, the last line of error message indicates the error type. What less? Please read these messages carefully. These messages, can you fix the program and delete bugs? And now it's maybe all about simple operation. Go to the next stage, next lesson. Hello, my dear students. This is a course Python Unlock Programming Skills by Anton Ruzhenkov. And now we're talking about floats. Floats representing not integers numbers. Some example of this. Numbers is like this, or like this, or maybe not positive numbers, like this. the floats numbers can be created directly by entering a number with a special symbol, like this. Sorry, it is a special symbol for comments. I tell about it in my course. The name of the symbol is decimal point. Like this. And also floats number can be created by using of a special symbol like this symbol of division. Yes. You can create floats number with different numbers of zeros. Extra zeros will be ignored. Look how it works. Number 2 decimal point divide by 3. No, 4. No, maybe 5. And another floats number is maybe like this. Extra zeros. Run our program and look on the results. Oh yes, this is a 1 digit after decimal zero. You can change number of digits after decimal zero if you change number of zeros in your start numbers. And like this. Yes, none other results, because I repeat, extra zeros will be ignored. But if you divide in codeskulptor numbers without decimal zero, you can get another results like this. No, look another way, and so without decimal zero divide by 5 without decimal zero. Look on the result. It's 0. Yes. Without 4. And look at the results. Number like this. One divide by 3. Of course, with decimal zero. Sorry. Run our program. Oh yes. Can view accurately this operation with decimal expansion. This number like this. Okay. And now we can about arithmetic operation with floats numbers. You can multiply, divide, add, and another operation with these numbers and integers numbers. Look, now we can multiply integer number and float number. Maybe like this: 5 decimal point 0 and 7. Multiply by 7. Look, run our program. Yes, with decimal point, and results without decimal point. Multiply or results multiply by 7. Look on the result. Oh, yes. A float number can be added to an integer because Python silently converts the integer to a float number. However, this implicit conversion is the exception rather the rule in Python. Usually you have to convert values manually if you want to operate them. And that's all about floats number. Go to the next lecture. This is a Python 101 Unlock Programming Skills course, and now it's all about numerical operations. Yes, you know about addition, now you know about subtraction, and also you know about division. And of course, you know about multiplication. Yes. Python also supports exponentation. For exponentiation, use symbols like this. Double multiplication. How it works? Look. Exponentiation 3, exponents in degree maybe 7. Look. Run program. Oh. You can also use a float number. I'll tell you about it. Float and integer. 7. Exponentiation. 3 divided by 4. Yes, 1, and use decimal point in this case. Look, yes, change place of number 3 and 4. Yes, it works. Operation of exponentiation is performed using 2 asterisk. Remember about it. And now about another operation, quotient and remainder of a division. Use the floor division and modulo operators. Floor division is done using 2 forward slashes, like this. Floor division and modulo operator looks like this. Try to use it in our program. First, divide 20 by maybe 7. Double slash. Run. So it's integer number. What's this operation without double slash on the division? Oh, this integer and this number is float. Yes. Using modulo operator now. Maybe 1.75 using modulo. Half 0.5. And remember about print operator in codeskulptor. Yes, and look on the results without modulo operator. On the slash division. Interesting. Very interesting results. And now that's all about numerical operators. Simple numerical operators. Go to the next part of our course. Hi students. Now our some of our lectures. Output and inputs. You know about function print. Its function to produce outputs. Maybe 7. But now I tell you about another function. Its function input. like this. Try. This displays a textual representations of something to the screen. That's your input in the memory of computer. To get inputs from the user in Python programming language, you can use this function. Try to use it. Inputs. This text like this. Somebody enter some thing and run our program. Yes, you know this text, somebody enter something in codeskulptor console, and now try to enter something. Maybe will be high. No results. Why? In codeskulptor, try to combine input and variable. For example, variable with this, and after this procedure prints variable, and run program again. Somebody enters something. Hello? Yes, it works. And now use input function for input results, numbers, digits, or text. In memory using Python. Okay, go to the next lection, please. Now we tell about using in Python text. We tell about strings. If you want to use text in Python, you need a string. String is created by entering text between two single or two double quotation marks, like this. Try to type some string in text. Oh, sorry. Python is super. And another variant with strings, single quotation mark. And run our program. Yes, the result is equivalent. Yes. Some symbols, characters can be included in strings. Double quotes can be directly included in double quote string. This would case it to end prematurely. characters and symbols like this must be escaped by placing a backslash before them. For example, look some comments. Smith's brother. Oh, sorry. Too many typo. It's not correct symbol for using a string, but you need to type this variant. One quotation mark and Smith's and need a special symbol, backslash, in this place. Look. Now, no problem with string, with using backslash. Backslash for this variants, Smith and etc. Run our program. Yes, it works. But try to run program without the symbol. Yes, it's syntax error. But insert this symbol, backslash, and run again. No problem. Backslashes can also be used as escape tabs. Arbitrary Unicode characters and various other things that can be reliably printed. These characters are known as escape characters. Backslash escape characters. And a few words about new lines. In Python, you have an easy way to avoid manually writing n, like this, backslash and n. To escape with this symbol, this combination of symbols, need to escape new lines in a string. Create a string with 3 sets of quotes and new lines that are created by pressing enter and automatically escaped for you. For example, try to do it. Now look, we're using a special symbol combination backslash and n. And run our program. Oh, look, a little syntax error. Use a double quotation mark. Yes, look. you can create a new lines with using these symbols. Look on our text. This is a special symbol, special combination symbol for comments in Python text and Python codes. If you use this symbol, you create a string of comments, but when you use triple double quotation mark, you can create a massive of text for comments. This all about strings, line and new lines. Remember about double and single quotation mark, about backslash for special words, for surnames and others, and remember about backslash and n for creating a new lines. Go to the next lesson, please. This is a course Python and local programming skills, and now we talk about different operation with lines and with strings in Python. The first operation will be concatenation. With integers and floats, as we in Python, we can add strings using a process called concatenation, which can be done on any two strings. When we concatenate strings, it doesn't matter whether they have been created with single or double quotes. Let's try to concatenate two different strings. Look, print, like this, maybe. Hello. This double quotation mark plus backspace plus students. With single quotation mark. Run program and look on the results. Yes, it works. Delete this symbol and test our program. Oh, look. Correct our text. It works. It works. You can operate with words, with text, and with massive text like with numbers in arithmetical operation. And look, another type of opportunity. Look, another opportunity of concatenation. You can't concatenate string and number. Let's try concatenate number and string. For example, 1 plus 2 as number plus 3 as text in double quotation mark plus 4 as text No, as number, as float number. And look on the results. Yes, you cannot concatenate string and integer. It's really type error, but try to correct our program. Now we will concatenate only text like this and like this. Run. Good. No error anymore. Add a blank space and run again. Good. A few words about operation with strings. You can multiply string and you can multiply words. You can multiply only string and number, but you cannot multiply string and string. Let's try to do it. For example, we multiply Python by 10. Try to do it. Python. Oh, like this. And multiply by 10. Oh, it's too many. Run program. Wow, Python. Oh, too many symbols, too many words. Only 3. Python. Yes, good. Add a backslash. Oh, good text. But if you try multiply string and string, you will get an error. Try to do it. Multiply Python and word good string good. Try to do it. Run our program. Haha, error. Try to correct our program. Include number 3. Add another symbol. No. Like this. And multiply again. 3, 2. Good. It works. Remember about the simple rules. You can multiply only string and number. You cannot multiply string and string. And you can multiply number and number. You can add string and string. But you cannot add string and number. That's all. Go to the next lesson. Hi, this is a Python Unlock Programming Skills course. In this video, in this lecture, we're talking about conversion of type or type conversion. In Python, impossible to complete operations due to the different types. For instance, you can add two strings containing numbers 2 and 3 together to produce an integer type number 5. For this, try to do it. For example, string string 2 plus string 3. What do you think about results? Run. Not 5. You can add only numbers, only integers. 2 plus 3. Result 5. And please remember about you cannot add string and number. Try to do it again. For remember for long memory. Oh, type error. Correct. That's normal. In Python, the types we have used so far have been floats, strings and lines, and integers. The function used to convert of this to each other, its function, special function int, function for type conversion. Look, int for conversion into integer, floats for conversion into floats, and of course string for conversion into strings. str. How it works? Add the look on this variable. No. Look at this. Look at this, please. Use function integer and this function integer and run our program. The result is 7. We convert our string type into integer type. Try to do it again with float type. And this float type. Run. Yes, 7-0. And after all, converts number into string into text. For example, string, use function str, 3, its integer number, plus 4 str for look, it's not 7, it's 34. Remember about type conversion, and remember about we can add different type. You cannot add integers, you cannot with strings, you cannot add floats and strings. You can add strings and strings, integers and integers, integers and floats. For conversion between different type of in Python, use a special function int for convert into integers, float for convert into floats, and str for convert into strings. That's all. Go to the next lesson. Hello dear students, this is a course Python 101 Unlock Programming Skills by Anton Rozhenkov, and in this lesson and this lecture we're talking about variables. Variables is a very important thing in programming languages. In Python, in this case, is no exception. A variable gives you opportunity to store a value by assigning its name, which can be used to refer to the value later in the program. To assign a variable, please use one equal sign, like this. For assign, a little practice. Let's do. For example, variable, this name variable, yes, equal maybe 3, like this. After print our variable. Run. Good. Let's do some arithmetic operations. Variable plus 4. Run. Good. And print variable again. Oh, sorry. Play. Yes. Use variables to perform corresponding operation. You can do this with number and strings. Variable stores value throughout all the program. Yes. And you can reassign, you can change variable many times. At what times what you want. In order changes your value. In Python, variables don't have a specific types. You can change a number to string, a string to number, and other. You can change variable and type on variable in Python through the old program code. Try to do it. For example, variable z equal 42. Yeah, good number. Print z, run. Oh, it worked. Do next thing. Reassigns our variable. Z equal a string with next text answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything. Maybe only this part. After print our reassigned variable. Yes, good, very good. And now try to do something else. Add our variable, string variable, with another string. Z plus maybe like this. Yes, good. Next step about variable names. Python is a sensitive programming language. Remember about this when you name of your variable. Python sensitive. Programming language. For example, variable with this v and variable with small symbol is different names try to do something with this. For example, var equal to and print another. We not use big symbol in this variable. Try run. Yes, it's error. But if we change symbol, all normal. Another rule, remember about it. Not use digits at the beginning of name. You can use only letters. Try to do something 555 variable equal 555. Syntax error. Corrects our name. Run. In this case, all normal. Prints our variable. Yes. Only one symbol. And last thing, and last secret about variables, it's function del. For delete variables. Use this Neopad unities. For example, good equal job. Next, print yes, work, but after use del. And print our variable good again. Run. Not defined. And that's all about variables and operation with this. Go to the next lecture, please. Hello, this lecture is about a special operator for repeat your sums and other arithmetic operations. Look, we have a variable like this. Oh no, sorry, it's Russian. Variable like this equal maybe 7. Prints our variable. Run. Yes. And after this, after prints, we do this. Maybe like this. var variable add to maybe 5. And after this, print new meaning of variable. "12. Yes, you can sum variable 7 with 5 and get a new meaning of variable. Of course, but what if you not only sum with 5 but with other number 5, 6, 4 and do this many times? What we can do in this case? In this case, we have a special action, a special operators, in place operators, like this. In place operator allow you to write code like this more concisely. Look. There are variable gets new meaning of variable maybe 5, prints after this let's to get a new variable, sum our variable with other number. Not this, another way. Var plus and meaning number for adds 5. And after this, print new value of variable. Try to run. Oh yes. Oh, bad. Look, it's syntax error. Why? Because you must write our new operator without blank space. Try again. Now it's all normal. We get a new variable with new value. In place operator may use not only for number, not for integers or floats, but for string too. Try to do it. Maybe x string with value super, like this. After this, prints x And after, try to do like this. X plus another word. Why? What word? Python, of course. After this prints all string. Good. Now it works with not only number, but string too. Remember about in-place operator for repeating a many iteration, for additive, for add, and another operation, for multiply and another arithmetic operation. And yes, in-place operator you can use for subtraction, for division, for multiplication and for addition. And use it not only for this is the list operator for using of in-place operators like this. Minus, no. Like this for addition, like this, no, for subtraction, this operator for division, yes, this operator for multiplication. And of course you can use and this type of division. Now it's all about in-place operators. Go to the next lecture, please. Hello, dear students and future programmers. In this lecture we will talk about Boolean values, true and false. Yes, Boolean type. Do you know anything about logic and mathematical logic? No, it's not important, because I will talk about true and false. Yes. Boolean type is one of the type in Python. Boolean type have two values, true and false. These values can be created by comparing values, for instance by using the equal operators like this. Double equal. Okay, let's try to code this new type of operator. For example, new Boolean type. Equal true. Let's go on the syntaxes and form. And another check prints our value new Boolean type up. That's all. Run. Yes. Good, it worked. But now we use a special symbol, special operator, to equal symbol. 3 double equal or 7. Check. No. Run. Yes, no. For codeskulptor programming shell, web shell, please use a print operator. You remember about it? Of course. Yes, it's not true. It's false. Check another variant. 7 double equal 7. Check. Oh yes, of course. Mistake. Yes, it's true. Now we got a string. Try to check our operation, our operation with string. Oh, for example, classic example. Hello. Not double equal worlds. Oh, and check. False. After this, print another statement. Oh, for example, Python forever. Yes. Double equal and new string. No. Var. And intro in our paragraph a special var. Var with string meaning like this. Python forever. Yeah. More emotions. And run check. False. Why? Why false? Because we have an additional blank space. Delete this. String. Check this operator. Check every symbol in your strings. Remember about it. And check again. Now it's true. Yes. You could use this operator not only for string, not only for number, but both strings, number and variables. That's all about first boolean function. And now we talk about another features. Comparison. Number 2. Another operator. It's not equal. Not equal. Use symbols for this operator like this. This not equal. Operator not equal evaluates to true if items being compared aren't equal, and false if there are. A special interesting reverse function with double equal. Check. Let's see how to it work in real life and real codes. For example, print 3 not equal 3. Oh. I like 12 more. It's good magic number. Oh no. And check. It's false. Of course false. Because 12 is equal to 12. What check again? Now what we check now? Let's do it with strings. 7-11. Yes. 7-11. Print 7 string, like a string type, not equal 11 type. Or 11 string type 2. Now correct our symbols and run our program. Of course true. And change our operator to the equal. It's false. Yes. Let's move to the next. R-puncts. Python has special operators, simple arithmetic operators. You know about it, of course. Operator for numbers that determine whether one number, float number of integer type, is greater than smaller than another. Yes. Operators for numbers. Float, it's this and this. The meaning of these operators, the result, is also Boolean symbol, Boolean type true and false. Try to code. Oh, 12 not equal 12. It's bad. But 12 not equal 13. It's true. For example, $111 is smaller than 111 too. Of course, try to do it. It's false. But now we use a special symbol like this. Use this symbol. Smaller or equal, a greater or equal. Now check our statement. Good. Good. And now check another statement. Statement like this. "110. It's false. Greater than and smaller than operators can also be used to compare strings lexicographically. The alphabetical order of words is based on the alphabetical orders of their components letter. Try to use it for strings. For example, 1 prints Super Python. It's smaller than Super Python without blank space. This. Check, run and check. True. And check another. It's true too. Check again. Now it's false. I can do another blank space and check again. What is the result of our experiments? In codeskulptor programming shell, blank spaces not influence on the results. Our lexicographical experiments. The operator smaller than or bigger than, greater than, counts only symbols, alphabets, and another signs, but not a blank space. That's all about comparison and Boolean operators. Go to the next lection, go to the next adventure. Hello students, in this lection we're talking about if statements and operator if. You can use if operator to run codes if a certain conditions holds. If expression is true, some statements are carried out. Otherwise, they not carried out. This operator looks like, for example, like this. If after use your expression, after this use symbol, and below expression, below use statements. Oh. Try to use it in real code with numbers, integer numbers. For example, use a two simple magic number, 12 and for example 7. If 7 if 12 greater than 7, remember about colon. In this place of our expression, print string type 12 greater than 7. After this, end our program. And goodbye. Run program. Yes, it works. Change our condition. Twelve is lesser than 7. Or copy and paste and change our condition and check it. No this string, no this text. As the program contains a multiple lines of codes, many lines, you must create it as a separate file and run your program. For more complex checks, if statement if operator can be nested, one inside the other, nest inside other. It means that the inner if operator is a statement part of the outer one. This is the way to see whether multiple conditions are satisfied. Check it again. For example, variable no 3. After use operator, if variable greater than 1. After this, print our statement. For example, string type and use nested if operator. If var lesser or equal, like this. For example, 5. print another statement between 1 and 5. You agree with me? Look at my code, please. Do you see error? Check it now. Yes, it's error. Always remember about colon when you use if operator, and for other operator and function too. This and this. Check it again. This syntax error. Why? You can place if nested operator without blank space precisely below your first condition, like this. And now look on the results. Yes, it worked. Good. And that's all about if statements for the beginners and for the unlocked programming skills. Go to the next section, please. Hi. This lection about else operator in the Python. Else operator follows after if operator, and this operator contains codes that escalates when the if operator evaluates to false. As with if operator, the code inside the block should be indented. Let's write codes. For example, variable, we have variable with mean 1. After, we introduce if operator, this var, and this is a double equal. We use in our codes Boolean operators, Boolean logic. It's var equal to, after this column, remember about it, then print yes. String type. And after this block, we include another operator, else. After this, use a colon 2. Print our condition is string no. Run our code, run our program with button play. Yes, it's true. Because var not equal to 1 and mean of this block is false. Result is no. Go next. We can chain operator else and operator if for determine which option in a series of possibilities is true. For example, let's look on a not usual code for us at this moment. If var1 equals 3, then print oh yes, I forgot about determine var. Remember about it. If not determine var1, you will have a error. var1 equal to, if var1 equal with boolean logic double equal 3, then print string type number is 3. Else colon again operator if, it's another block. If var1 equal double equal 4, for example, in this case print number is 4. And use another else operator with associated with this block. Else print var1 is not 2, 3 and 4. Or 4. Oh, and before run program, you have seen a error. Yes, in this place. Always remember about colon when you use if and else operator. Now we check our program. Yes, it's true. It's really. Oh no, not true. Why? The code and the meaning of variable is alright, but I not recommend use in real program two block of code. For isolation of unusual code, use symbol like this and this, and we turn off unusual code for us in this case. Check our program again. Yes, only clear result for this block. That's all about else operator. Go to the next lection, please. And this short lection I talk you about operator elif. In another programming languages, this operator have different names. Like this. Else if, another. Else if, without blank space, and else if with blank space. Elif operator is a shortcut to use when operators else and if chaining. A series if and elif operators can have a last ending else block, which is called if none of the if or elif expressions is true. Try to use code with this operator. To enter variable with meaning 12, use if operator double equal 9. Remember about colon. In this case, print number is 9. And use operator elif. Elif variable var double equal boolean logic (13), then print number is 13. Oh, only number without text. And remember about colon in this case too, like this. Use another elif operator. We construct a blockchain if var double equal the first number 12, then print variable no number. I think the equivalent expression, string expression, is good style. Number is 12. After, use else operator, final block, print our number is not nine, 12 and 13. Nine, 12 or 13. And after this, check codes. Check our codes manually. Look, in this place need a column. And please attention, red color of the type, not goods. Always have attention to red color of function, variable and separators. Correct. Now it's good. Check our program. Run. Number is 12. Check. Sync. Yes, it's true. And that's all about a if operator. Use this operator and another operators else and if with attention. Check code, check column and check colors of types in code. Go to the next section, please. Hello. In this lection, we're talking about logic operators or Boolean operators. Logic operators in Python are ands or nots. And or not. About the first operator. AND operator takes two arguments and evaluates as true if and only if both of its arguments are true. Otherwise, it evaluates to false. Try to use this operator in real codes. The first of our operator is AND. For example, to use double equal signs for logic operators, for logic check, 2 equals 2 and 3 equals 3. Use operator and check our expression. Of course it's true. 2 equals 2 is true and 3 equals 3 is true. Another case. 2 equals 2 and 3 equals 4. It's true, it's false. Operator AND evaluates true if both of this expression is true. I think this result of this expression is not true, false. Of course. Another case. this case, like this. And 3 equals 3. It's true, it's not true. Of course it's false. And another case, use greater or smaller signs. Three smaller than 2 and 4 is greater than 5. False and false. Not true. Of course it's false. That's all about AND operator. And go to the next operator, OR. OR operator also takes 2 arguments. This operator evaluates to true if either or both of its arguments are true, and false if both arguments are false. If one of these arguments is true, meaning of this operator, result of this operator, is true. Let's code to this operator. Print 2 double equal 2, or our operator now, new 4 equal 4. Of course it's true. Oh, another example. Oh, for good style. 2 equal 2, or 4 equal 5. Each is not true, but we use OR operator in this example. Results of this expression is true. Yes. Another example. And remember about print operator in codeskulptor for displaying of results. For example, 3 smaller than 2, or 4 more than 7, greater than 7. Not true in this case, not true in this case. Of course it's false. And last of logic operator in this lection, it's operator NOT. NOT only takes one argument and inverts it. The results of NOT operator, not true. Not true is false, and not false goes to true. Yes, this is a inversion. If you know school course of algebra or logic, you can understand it. use code for this operator. Prints, for example, simple integer 4 equal 4, and now use operator nuts. No, like this. Of course it's true, but remember, if we now use this operator, it's false. Yes, because not inverts our expression, meaning of our expression, logic meaning of our expression. Prints, for example, 9 more than 12. And use nuts. No. Of course it's false. But if we use not operator, it will be true. You can chain multiple conditional statements in an if statement using the Boolean operator. Yes, and this section is all about logic operator. Go to the next, please. Welcome back to the Python 101 course. And this lection is about precedence of operator. Look, this is a list of operator precedence, from highest precedence to lowest. In the lection, additional material is the link to this program. Learn it, please. And now we look how to precedence work in codes of Python. Some words about operator precedence. Operator precedence is a very important concept in programming, all programming, not only Python. This extension of the mathematical idea of order of operation. You know about this idea from school mathematics, of course. Multiplication being performed before addition, etc., etc., etc. To include operators such as those in Boolean logic. The below code shows the double equal has a higher precedence than operator OR. This is a yes, true. Look at other examples. Print false, false, double equal, oh no, triple equal, false, false, or true. Try. It's false. Look, in this case, the first highest precedence is this expression. Only after this expression, code check this string. Result of this expression is true, and result of this expression is true too, because the result of all expression is true. We change precedence and priority when include a brackets. Result of this expression is true. Results of this expression is false. Yes, that's right. And another case, look, something like this. Print, oh no, that's another program. Print false, double equal false, in brackets of course, or true. What's mean of this expression? What do you think? I think it's true. That's right. Because mean of this expression is true, and this expression of course too. Look, this operator, double equal, have a more priority than operator or. Remember about it and use this list of operators for coding. And that's all about operator precedence, and go to the next section please. Welcome to course Python 101, and now we will talk about while operator. And if operator is one once, if its condition evaluates to true, and never if it evaluates to false. A while operator is similar, except that it can be run more than once. Many runs. More than once. The statements inside it are repeatedly executed as long as the condition holds. Once it evaluates to false, the next section of code is executed. While loop containing a variable that counts from 1 to the next, which point loop it terminates. Let's look how it works in codes. For example, we have one variable var, integer var with meaning 1. Use our new operator while, and use a condition var no more than 6. No, maybe 7. I like this integer. After this, use a column. Remember, this is an operator like for, like if, and column need for this case. And after, use operator print. Remember about this operator in codeskulptor for displaying of results. Prints our variable yes, and after use a full condition for our var, while operator var equal var plus addition 1. This is an iteration in our cycle. After this, after all, we have end of our program. Print end of program string. And now we check our program. Oh, please attention. I think in this case we will have an error because this is a blank space. Del blank space and try to run our program with button play. Yes, it's numbers from 1 to 7 and end of program. Change something? Yes, it works. Now we change condition for 9, and in this case it works too. Change condition again, run, no problem. Now I tell you about a species of this operator like infinite loop. It's a special case of while using of while operator. It's never stops running. Its condition always remains true. For example, we create an infinite loop. Use operator while 3 equals 3. Absolute right. Now use print and string infinite loop. And now check it. Yes, you see, time limit error. Oh, too many results. You will see it. Loop, infinite loop. Yes, you can stop the program execution by using combination like this. Ctrl C. Shortcut or by closing the program. Now I quit codes and go to the next place. And now we talk about how to break loop. I use a special symbol for string for turn off codes. To end a while loop and infinite loop, the break statements can be used. When encountered inside a loop, the break statement causes the loop to finish immediately. Yes, I wrote for this. Break for stop loop. For example, in codes we have var 1, this meaning 2, maybe 3, and use while operator for infinite loop, with infinite loop. Oh, 4 double equal is 4, that's true. And now prints our results. Print var var1 after use condition var1 equal var1 plus 1 if additional condition var1 more than greater or equal than maybe 10 print stop stop and use a statement break. Oh, look on this, it's infinite loop. Program can be stopped without using this operator. Try to run. Oh, yes, of course. Yes, of course. Remember about column on this. And run. Try to run. Yes, it works. And what will be without break? Turn off break statement with special symbol for string. Yes. And what will be? Try to run. No, oh, too many. Now we have an infinite loop and time limit error. Yes, bad variant. Now we turn on break statement and delete special symbol for string. Yes, normal again. After that, I tell you about another operator and another statement. Continue. Unlike break, continue jumps back to the top of the loop rather than stopping it. For example, use it in codes. Yes. Use another variable var2 with meaning 1 and use while true boolean logic var2 our condition var2 plus 1 after this if var2 equivalent with double equal so print sorry, it's mistake. No, not so. Maybe 5. for skip, yes, we use continue operator, and now skipping. We use skipping 5. After this, use our special operator new special operator continue. And use another if operator, if var2 equal 10, for example. Print stop. Use break. Oh no, we use like this. Break. And print our variable var2. After all, of this print and now we change code hierarchy for correction order of operators, and now we check our program all. This is our first code, yes, of course, and this is code for continue. Turn off our codes, this and this. Yes, use another. Oh, no, we can do this. Run. Yes, it works. Using the continue statements outside of a loop causes an error. Basically, continue operators continue statement stops the current iteration and continues with the next one. Stops current iteration and that's all about while operator and loop. That's all. Go to the next lection, please. Hi, this is a lection about lists in Python. What is list? Lists is a type of objects in Python programming language. List uses to store and index its list of items. A list is created with using of square brackets, like this. No, this and this. If you want separate items in lists, you need use a commas. The certain item in the list can be accessed by using its index in square brackets. No, I change our code now. And try to create lists. For example, super words. Super words equal, use square bracket now, 1, Python, the first element in list, now use comma, second element, and third element. And last element, like this. Use another square bracket. Now we create our list. Try to use it with command print. Like, the numeration in list starts with 0, number 0, not number 1. Look. After use name of our list, super words, and after use in square bracket number of element in lists, order by order, range by range, of course, like this. Next element, etc. Third element in list, the third element in list have a number 2. Remember, the numeration starts with 0 in lists. And last element in list, super words, with number 3. But total number of element in our list is 4. Now try to run our program. Yes, Python is super. And what will be if we can create, if we try to create an empty list? Let's try to do it. For example, empty list equal square brackets with no element, and print full of our list. Print empty list. Try to run. Only square bracket without element. Let's try to do another thing. A list will contain items of a single item type, but it's also possible to include different types, several different types. List can be also nested with another list. I show it how it works. For example, we have a list variables. Yes, and we have a variable with meaning 7. Yes, now we create elements of our list with equal this first element string, this meaning of words, it's 0 element. Number of this element is 0, but another element is, yes, 0. Now we include nested list. In our list to use a square bracket and create list 2, 4, and for example our var variable. Now we create nested list, and for example what we do, something floats number, for example approximately mean of p. That's all. We create our list and print elements. Now we write name of list, variables, and now we type in number of elements. For example, this 0. This element number 1. And element by element. Print element with number 2. It's our nested list. And print element number 2 in our nested list. How to do it? I show it now. Print variables, use number element in list, and after this use number of element in nested list 2. What does it mean? In this case we use element in main list. It's element like this. In this case we use element in nested list. It's like this. The meaning of this element is integer number 7. Try to run program. Yes. Look at this case. It's in nested list and is one of element in nested list. Okay. Go to the next point. Now we're talking about how indexing and lists. Indexing out of the bonds of possible lists values causes an index error. Such as strings can be indexed like lists. Indexing strings behave as those you are indexing a list containing each character. Remember, each character in the string. For another types, for example integers, indexing them isn't possible and it causes a type error. Try to indexing each element in lists with using try indexing each element in string with using function of lists. For example, indexing elements in strings. For example, we have a string, we have a list string this next words, string type. Python is super. Oh, like this. And after we print, for example, no, maybe sorts of 4 elements. Print string. I have another name, string like this, string 1, for example. String no, use a square bracket please. 4. We use element 4. Try to run. Oh, it's correct. Look on our chords. 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Yes, it's correct. It's really O. And this lection all about lists, indexing lists, using empty lists, and indexing element and strings. Go to the next lection about more function of programming. Hello. In our past lection, we're talking about list and operation with list. Now, we continue our lections. And now we're talking about another operation with lists. For example, we have a list like this. Digits, sorry. These next elements. For example, 9, 9, 9, 9, and 9. 5, 9. Remember, the numeration elements start with 0. Total amount of element is 5, but numeration starts with 0 element. Now, try to change elements in our lists. For example, print digits, run program, yes, and change element. Use a square brackets for changing digits to 0, 1, this element equal, for example, 3, and print our list again. Yes, we change element with number 2. And now I show you another operation. You can add and multiply lists the same way as strings. For example, we have a list like this. Oh, before, remark. For example, we have another list with this name, digits 1. List contains next elements, for example 5, 6 and 7. After this, add with our list another list. Digits 1 equal, not equal, sorry, plus another list with next elements 8, 9 and 10. Use print operator, of course, for displaying our result. And try to check. Yes, 5, 9, 10. Check our first variant of list. Like this, and use print. Yes, we really changed our first list. Now try multiplicate our list digits 1. Multiply to 4. Yes. Interesting result. We not multiply every element in our list, but we have a more extension version. 4 times more extension version of our first variant of list. It's a species of multiplication list. Remember about it. And now try to use list with strings and check element in list. Checking of elements. For checking of element, using two operators, in and not. In and not. Try to use this operator. For example, we have a list with strings like this, something words. With next elements, Python program good forever. And now try to check this. Every element in our list. No, not every. Check Python, word Python, string Python, check string sky, and check string forever. Run our program. Yes. True, because Python is really in our list something words sky. Because we have not element in our list something word and forever is really exist in our lists something words. Operator in returns true if one of the elements item occurs one or more times in the list, and false if it does not. Now try to use operator not in code. For example, we have another list with next name digits 2, and this list contains next elements 3, 4, 5. And try to use operator not with combination operator in. Remember about operator not, it's logic Boolean operator. Print not element 1 in our list digits 2. Another construction of phrase of code 1 not in digits 2. This element 4 not in digits 2 and not 4 in digits 2. Try. Look. Not 1 is true. 1 not in, it's true. 2. And this is a false, because we have element 4 in list digits 2. That's all about simple operations with lists. Go to the next lection, please. In this lection, we're talking about list functions. Another way to add element in list is using of append method. This method adds an item to the end of list of also existing list. For example, we have list with next elements. For example, 10, 9, or 10, 9, and 11. Use append method. The first name of our list, after this please use dots. Please attention, dots. After, use append method. And new element. After, use print function. Print digits. Yes, we have a new element in our list. Try to use it without append methods. Yes, it works. If you want to know about number of items in your list, you can use function len. Try to use it in our codes. For example, we have list digits 1 with elements for example 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, and use function len to get the result with number of elements in our list. Len, and after this, in roll bracket, name of our list, digits 1. The total amount of elements, the total number is 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is true. If you want to insert something element in your list, we can use insert methods, an insert function. Its methods similar method append, but insert method allows you to insert a new item of any position in your list, not only in end, as append method. For example, we have list with strings, word, yes, Python, one string and another string, super. Like this. After, use new element, var, integer var, and use insert method. Word is name of our list. Please remember about dots in this method too. Insert. After, use our variable and use name new element. For example, is, and after all, print our list. Python is super. Yes, it worked. And the last of methods have to check elements and find elements in lists with using of letters, function letters, function index and index methods. For example, we have list like this. With next string elements. Q, W, E, R, T, and last element is E, QWERTY. After try to check and find something element in our list. Print name of our list, symbols. After use index function, index method. Remember about dots. And type of our element, for example R. After try to find element Q, and try to find element A. Run our program now. Yes, it's value error, because our element A not in list. I turn off this string of codes and give you more information about function in list with using of insert methods and another operation. Please use it for your happiness. That's all about list functions, and go to the next lection, please. Hello students, and this lection is about range function. The range function needs to create a sequential list of numbers. Try to code, for example, digits, list, and use function range. Range 12 with mean of 12. After this, print our list. Run program. Yes. The range function create a sequential list of number from 0 to the 11, not include last element. The total number of elements in this list is really 12, but last elements in row bracket not include. For using the function range, please must convert all object in list before use this function. If we use range function with one argument, like this in this example, this function produces an object with values from 0 to that argument, not include that argument. If you use two arguments in function, this function produces values from the first to the second element. Try to use it now. Digits 1, list, yes, function range with two arguments. For example, 6 and 14. of course. After this, print our list digits 1. Yes, it's true. Not include last element 14. From 6 to 13. After this, try to use a logical operation from another type of function for check equivalence of functions. For example, range 12 double equal logic operation range from 0 to 12 and close row bracket. It's really true, because this function and this function is equivalent. But try to use another sequences, range from because 1 to 12. It falls. Why? I show it. Print range from 1 to 12. Yes, and this print range from not only 12. Now you look that this is a no equivalence lists. And last thing that I show you, it's using a sort argument and range function. The sort argument and range function determines the interval of sequential produced. This element must be integer. Try to plot now. For example, we have list with name digits 2. Now use function range 4 21 and 3. And after this, remember about bracket. And after this, try to use our function prints our results. Print digits to run. Yes, 4 plus 3 equal 7. 7 plus 3 equal 10. 10 plus 3 equal 13. Try to use it with not integer, with float. Yes, yes, yes. Change our name to integer to digit 3. and change the last element to float, for example like p. Of course, it's type error, because I tell about it, step must be an integer. I turn off this code. And that's all about range function. To the next lesson, please. Hello students, this is a lection course Python 101, and now we're talking about loops. Imagine situation you need to perform code on each item in a list. This situation is called iteration. It had become accomplished with a while loop as a counter variable. The first point is while loop. Now we construct, for example, while loop. For example, we have loop like this, something words. It's list with strings like this. For example, Python is super programming language, for example. After this, we include in our program counter with integer meaning 0. After this, we have a variable. We include variable maximum index, and use len operator for our list. Like this. After, we can use operator while for creating while loop. While counter smaller or equal maximum index, then remember about column and this were in this case our new variable word equal something words counter. It's element in our list, number of elements in our list. After this, print next expression, words plus maybe symbol like this. And after, we'll new our counter. Counter with new meaning equal counter plus 1. Try to run program. Yes, Python is super programming language. What of order in action of actions in our program? Because we have a list with strings, we have two variables, counter and maximum index. Maximum index and function len. This function is counter number of elements in our words. This is integer, total integer number of element in our words and minus 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's only 5. After we using this, we include operator while. Operator while check condition and adds this symbol for all words in the new string of codes. Yes. If you need a lot amount of codes, you may be useful use a while loop, while operator. But if you require not a lot of codes, you can use a more simple variants. This variant, name of this variant is for loop. I think it's more simple and more elegant variant for not amounts string of code. Try to use it in our codes program in Python in codeskulptor. For example, we have a list like this. Something. This next element Python piece life and forever. Now we use for, use new, use please new variable word 1 in something and its name of our new list. Remember about colon, and after this condition of cycle for loops, for loop. Word number 1 plus no. Yeah, like this. Try to run. Very similar, but amount of content is less than in this case. The for loop in Python is like the for each loop in other programming languages, for example. And last points of our lection is how to combine operator for and function range. If remember, range can create a sequence with integer number of element. Try to create and try to use combination of for and range. For example, for we have a variable var in after use range. For example, 7 magic number. After this use colon and use function prints. Super. Supernova. Like this. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We can print similar text, similar string 7 times. Use only one string of codes. Very elegant, I think. You don't need to call list of the range objects when it uses in a for loop, because it isn't being indexed, so a list isn't required. Now it's all about loops. Very short and simple lection about loops, and go to the next lection, please. Hello. This lection is about returning from function. Some function, for example, int function or string function, return a value, then can be used later again. To do this for your defined function, you can use the return statement. For example, try to use that code. Now we define function with name maximum and two variable x and y. After this we include condition of function x greater or equal y. After we include statement return x, else return y. And after this use our function print maximum to integer number 5 and 9. And use another variable z equal maximum from 10 and 3. After this print z. Run program. Yes, it's 9. because 9 really more than 5. Yes, it's 10 because 10 is really more than 3. Once you return a value from function, it immediately stops being executed. Any codes after statement return will never happen. Try to use return. Codes after return. For example, define our function add digits. For example, var1, var and var1, variable 1 and variable. Sum equal var plus var1. Sorry. After use statement return. Sum, and after this print not be printed, and after print add digits, for example 6 and 7. Try to run. Yes, of course. Remember byte column. Yes, it works, but some change our codes. Yes, if you change codes and move print to the function, it will be syntax error. Precisely move function print under the statement return, please, and after try to run. Now it's normal without error. That's all about function returning, and go to the next lection, please. Hello. This lesson is about comments and documentation strings. Comments are a notation to code used to make it easier for understanding. Comments don't affect how code is run. In Python, a comment is created by inserting an hash symbol, like this. It's a comment. All text after it, that line is ignored. You see it in my lessons. Now repeat it for another example. We have two variables, var and variable, this meaning 24 and 60. After use hashtag, hash symbol, it is a comment. After this, print operation, algebraic operation like this. Variable and another variable var. After again use comment, find the remainder. Another comment, print what print? Yeah, variable double slash var. And after other comment, for example, check result. Yes, it's 12. And what about docstrings? Docstrings, documentation strings, need a similar purpose to comments, as they are designed to explain codes. Docstrings needs for explaining codes. They are more specific and have a different syntax. They are created by putting a multiple string containing an explanation of the function below the function's first line. For example, try to use, of course, example. It's a docstrings. We can turn on or turn off codes with using this symbol. Like this. For example, define function def something words and after this use a docstring. Prints a word with an exclamation mark following it. Yes, close our docstring. And after this, printer function. Word. Use addition of string plus like this. And use our function. Something and use string Python. Try to run. Really, it worked. But this words in docstring is ignored. It's very useful for very long and very unusual explanation how how the function work, for example. Please use docstrings and comments often for simple understanding of your code for another programists and another coders. It's a good style of programming. And that's all about docstrings and comments. Go to the next section, please. Now we're talking about how to use functions as objects. Functions are just like any other kinds of value. A function may be assigned or reassigned to variables and later referenced by those names. Example, please. Define function, new function, multiplication. To variable var1, variable 2 discount, action for our function, return var1 multiplicates to var2. After use includes another variables, for example var3 equal to 7 and var4 equal to 8. After include intro operation like this. Oh, sorry, not minus, equal. Multiplication. Attention, please. Our operation equal our function. And after print results with using operation, not multiplication. Print operation and use var3 and var4. Try to run. Oh, sorry. Yes, 56. It's correct. Example. This example assigns the function multiply to a variable operation. Multiplication to a variable operation. Now we name operation can also to be used to call the function. If you use this name this variable, this new variable will be used function like this. And functions can be also be used as arguments for another function, for other function. For example, oh yeah, can be used as argument of other function. Try to codes, define new function. For example, addition with variables x and y. Oh, sorry. Okay. And this function returns some x and y. Define new function. Def function double, and use this variable func. After we use x and y. This function will return function func in row bracket x y and function func from another, oh no, not another, x y2. For example, use new function, use this contraction for operation. Print, use function double, after use arguments addition, we use function addition as arguments, and maybe we will introduce a new variable. Of course, do it. For example, var5 and variable 6. Variable 5 this mean 7 and variable 6 this mean 11. And use our new variables var5 and var6 in our function double. Try to run. $36. Check. Sum of this 18. 18 plus 18 is 36 really. Yes, that shows, as you can see, the function double takes a function as its arguments and calls in its body like this function and this like arguments. It's very useful for complex and long construction in functional programming. That's about all. Functions as object, and go to the next lection, please. Hello, good day. And this lesson is about exceptions in Python. You have already seen exceptions in previous codes. They occur when something goes wrong, due to incorrect codes or inputs. When an exception occurs, the program immediately stops. And now we try to create exception by simple example. For example, two variables, number 1 and number 2. Number 1 is equal, for example, 9, and number 2 is equal, for example, 0. After this, try to use simple arithmetic operation. Divide number 1 to number 2. Number 1 divides number 2. And run our codes. Yes, this is example of exception. zero division error. The exceptions is different things. Exceptions arise for different reasons. For example, is a short list of exception. I use the docstring. You can read it in link below lection, below video lection in course Python 101. Now I turn off bad codes with exception. Yes. And now I tell you how to handle exception. For handling exception, and to call codes when exception occurs, you may use a try except send statement. Try except stay statement. Now, a try block contains codes that might throw to the exception. If exception occurs, the code in try block stops being executed and the code in the except block is run. Nor error occurs. The code in the except block doesn't run. Example please now. Use try, operator try. Use operator try. And use variables, previous variables, like this. Remember about column. After this, print this expression. And after prints string, another phrase, like calculation length, for example. After, use except for our error, for zero division error. Use operator except and enter name of our exception, like this. Use colon. A print next phrases in string. For example, error occurs, and another phrase, print zero division. Try to run codes. No exception anymore. Only your phrases, like this. With using combination try and except, you can turn off exception. In the code above, the except statement defines the type of exception to handle, in our cases, the direct division error. A statement try can have multiple different variants of except block to handle very different exceptions. Very different exceptions can also be put into a single except block to have the except block handle all of them. For example, try to use it on the example in the real codes. Use statement try and include intro in our code variable var with meaning 12 after print some variable and string, integer and string, some integer and string, var plus, for example, Python. Oh, sorry, it's caps lock. Python. After print next expression, prints var divides by 2. What are you thinking about this expression? I think this is a value error or type error. It will be. How to end it, this error? How to terminate this error? Use block except, of course. Except for example, I write zero division error for insurance. And intro another phrase. Divided by 0. And for another type of errors and exceptions, for value error, for type error, I intro another block of except statement. Except value and type error. After this, print alternative phrase for exception. For example, like this. This is error. This is an error. And now try to run our code. Now try to run codes. Undefinite type error, of course. We try to add integer and string types. How to terminate this exception? I think copy this expression, this line of code, and insert above this line of code number 30. Try to run. Yes, no exception anymore. We can terminate type error. And about except statements without any exceptions specified call catch all errors. This should be used sparingly as they can catch unexpected errors, for example, and also this trick can hide programming mistakes. For example, let's look at an example. Use operator try. Oh, sorry, it's Russian. Try and some variable, string variable, for example, word universe. And try to do arithmetic operation with string and integer number. For example, print. It's double mistake, double error. Oh no. Print our variable words divide by 0. Yes. We use arithmetic operation with integer and string and divide by 0. After this, use only except statement without any specific type in row bracket. And after, print new phrase for all exception. Error. Try to run. Of course, we can terminate two types of errors: zero division, zero division, and type error. And now I tell you about rising exception. Very interesting function in Python. Very interesting species of Python is rising exception. Rising exceptions. You can raise exception if you use a raise statement. Use raise statement. For example, let's try to print two integer numbers. For example, print 7 after no errors, no mistake. It's correct code, really. But now we'll raise an exception. Raise, for example, value error, and after it print, for example, 11. Try to run. Or really, we can create artificial error and code terminate, code stop, program stop after our artificial rising. We can raise an exception. Now I turn off codes using a comment symbol of hash. Not so correct. This line of codes will be ignored with using this symbol. It's very useful. It's very convenient for turn on and turn off lines of code. And now exception can be raised with arguments that give detail about them. For example, we have a variable with next name. Name, for example, equal For example, string 3321. And after raising exception, raise, name of our exception, name error, bad name, try to run. Yes, name error, really. I turn off this line of code with using a docstring symbols. And tell you about more exception. In except block, the erase statement can be used without arguments to erase whatever exception occurred. Try to do it. Try statement. For example, number 22, and do a zero division error. 7 divided by 0. Of course it's a mistake, it's error, zero division error. After use exception, except block, except this next phrases, error. Oh, more expressive. And after use raise. Try to run. Yes. The except block is terminate exception, and the raise, operator raise, call this exception again. Remember about it when you combine except and raise. Now I turn off this operator and try. No errors anymore. And this is all about exception and writing exception in Python. And please go to the next lection. Hello, good day. This is the Python 101 by Anton Rozhenkov, and this is a short lesson about exception in Python and finally statement. To ensure some code runs no matter what errors occur, you can use a finally statement. The finally statement is placed at the bottom of a try except statements. Code within a finally statement always run, always, after execution of code in the try and possibly in the except blocks. It's a special trick to ignore errors and mistakes and artificial errors with using of rising errors. And now look at this code. We print something very usual, very simple phrase. Now we take a special tag for zero division, use except zero division error, and print another expression, string, and use finally operator. Codes run anymore without any exception, artificial or another type. After code is finally statement, even writes if an uncalled exception occurs in one of the preceding blocks. For example, like this. we have a true, correct statement, correct function, we have a zero division error, and we have a except block, and finally code runs without any exceptions anymore. Please use accurately finally statement, because finally don't delete a real mistake and real errors. With real errors and real mistake, your program will be work bad, and we create difficulties for another generation of programists. Very carefully use writing of exceptions and statement finally. And that's all about finally statement. Please read codes in the link below lection and the download file of program. Go to the next lesson, please. Welcome to Python 101, and this lesson is about assertions in Python. Assertion is a sanity check that you can turn on or turn off when you have finished testing the program. An expression is tested, and if the results comes up false, an exception is raised. Assertion carries out through use of the assert statement. Try to code now. For example, 3 print 3 after use assert statement. Assert 2 multiply by 2 and use a double equal logic operator. It's true, of course, you agree with me. Now use another print function, print for example 4, and after use assert statement. For example 2 plus 2 double equal logic, it's 5. Yes, it's not true, it's false. And after, please print integer number 5. Try to run. What will be with this code? What do you think? Yes, look, really, it's assertion error. Programmers and coders often place assertion at the start of a function to check for a valid input, and after a function called to check for a valid output. And a more specious, more knowledge about assertions. The assert can take a second argument that is passed to the assertion error raised if the assertion fails. For example, like this. Temperature. Temperature in kelvins. Thermodynamic scales with meaning -12. Assert, like this, if our value bigger, greater or equal 0, then colder than absolute like this. Now try to run. Look at code, please. It's all correct. Try to run. No. Now we must turn off this line of code. line number 8. And now it's correct. Assertion error. Color them absolute 0, of course. Assertion error exception can be caught and handled like any other exception using try except statement. But it not handles this type exception will terminate the program. And this is all about assertions in Python. Go to the next lesson and new knowledges. In this lesson we're talking about dictionaries in Python. Dictionaries is dictionary is a data structure used to map arbitrary keys to values. List can be thought of as dictionaries with integer keys within a certain range. Dictionary can be indexed in the same way as lists, using a square brackets containing keys. Example, we now create dictionary. We'll create dictionary. For example, we have now we create dictionary people ages. And now we use figure brackets like this. Some remark. And now, for example, my Andrew is age 25. Oh, for example, young Mary. No, Anna. No, Lisa. Young Lisa is age 18. And now old Bob is age 60. And now we use dictionary and key in dictionary. Keys in dictionary prints people ages, and what use a square brackets for keys, for key, and a row bracket for print. What age of Andrew? Try to run. The age of Andrew is 25. It's true. What age of Lisa? Use this construction. Use square bracket and name Lisa. And end of row bracket because we use function print. Yes, the age of Lisa is 18. Each element in dictionary is represents a pair, like this, key value. Each key dot value, like this. Trying to index a key that isn't part of the dictionary returns a key error. For example, dictionary colors equal, yeah, like this. Red, like this, codes. After green, another color with these codes, 0, like this. Oh, sorry, it's not float, it's integer. And blue, of course, red, green, blue, RGB, like this, 0, 0, and 255. Now we create a dictionary and try to print something. Use something key from this dictionary. Print colors in square brackets. Key red, and print colors another color. For example, not in our dictionary. Colors, maybe. Oh, sorry, it's key, not dictionary. Purple. Try to run. Ah, of course, I forget. For slice element, use please a commas, like this, and this maybe too, not this. Yes, it's key error, purple, because we have no element, this name of element, we have no this key in our dictionary. Now I turn off code, this line of code, line number 15. And only immutable objects can be used as a keys to a dictionary. Immutable objects are those that can be changed. So far, the only mutable objects you've come across a lists and dictionaries. Trying to use an immutable objects as a dictionary key causes a type error. For example, some remark for you. For example, we have a dictionary, bad dictionary. Bad dictionary. Figure bracket. Oh, for example, 5, 6, and 7. No, like this. It's our key. And minion, string minion. 5, 6, 7. That's all. We create our dictionary and try to run. Yes, unhashable type, list. This is a typical error if you use an immutable object as a dictionary key. That's all about dictionaries. Very useful function for big massive of data. And go to the next lection. I'll tell you about operation with dictionaries in next lection. Hi, this lesson is about operation with dictionaries and function with dictionaries function. Dictionary keys can be assigned to different values, just like a list. Unlike lists, a new dictionary key can also be assigned a value, not just ones that already exist. For example, create a dictionary squares. Use a figure bracket, for example 3, square of 3 it's 10, for example 4, square of 4 is 16, for example 5, square of 5 is 25, for example 6, of course. Error, string type, an example another, maybe like 7, 49. And now include a new element, this new key, and our dictionary. Squares, new key, in square bracket 8. This meaning 64. And try to enter new value for element with key. For element with key for 6, yes, of course. It's 36. And after all, print our dictionary squares. Try to run. Yes, of course. Look, this is our new element. This is our new value with key. Try to do it without new elements. Print squares. Yes, this is the first variant of our dictionary. This is the last variant of our dictionary with new elements. For determine whether a key is in a dictionary, we can use in and not in Boolean operators, just as you can for a list. For example, we have a dictionary, we create a dictionary with name numbers. Figure bracket, maybe 5 key, this value string 5. Use a comma after 6. String 6. Use a comma again. And 7. That's all. Now we create a new dictionary with name number. After this, try to use logic Boolean operator in and not in. For example, print 5 in numbers, name of our dictionary, after print, for example, 6. Use a value 6 string type in numbers and try to check another element, another key, print 9. For example, integer key 9, not in numbers. And after another variant, 10 in numbers. Because we use logic operators, we get a logic value, true, false, and etc. Try to run. Yes, 5 in numbers, 6 is not numbers, is not key in numbers, because it's value, not key. 9 is not numbers, it's true, and 10 in numbers is not true, it's false. And now I tell you about very useful dictionary methods. Get. Sorry. For example, we have a dictionary with name pairs. For example, 2 equal K2 and value orange, banana. Banana is our key with value. Now we use list 7, 8, 9. And like this, key, true, true key, with value false, and key with name none, with value true. Look, that's not string type, it's boolean type, but it's string type. That's all. We create our dictionary and try to do some operation with this dictionary. Print use name of our dictionary, pairs, use new method get banana, for example. Oh, sorry. Row bracket, remember. Print name of our dictionary, pairs, get elements, for example 10. And print pairs dot get 2, 3, 4, 5. Not in dictionary. Try to run. Oh, of course. Yet one more. Roll bracket, try to run. None. 7, 8, 9, none, and not in dictionary. That's correct. Because we have not this element in dictionaries. And this is really true. And that's all about functions in dictionaries. And now we'll go to the next lesson. I will tell you about tuples in Python. In this lesson, in this lecture, we're talking about tuples. Tuples similar. Tuples looks like lists. Is very similar lists. Except that they cannot be changed. They are immutable. Tuples are created using a parenthesis rather than square brackets. Example of tuples like this. Thompson words. Roll bracket. And now include a string Python 1 programming 2 and forever 3. You can access the values in the tuple with their index, just as you did with lists. For example, and numeration with list starts with 0 element. You remember about it? Print name of our tuple, something words, and number of element, integer, in square bracket, element with number 0. Try to run. Yes, Python. Try to use another element, element with number 2. Run our program, yes, forever. Trying to reassign a value in a tuple causes a type error. For example, words something element is number 1. It's 2 elements in our tuple. Programming equal writing. And look on the results. Yes, it's type error. Turn off this string of codes. And the tuples can be created without the parentheses by just separating the values with commas. Of course. This remark for you. Tuples can be created by just separating the values with commas. Now I use a number symbols like this. And try to use in quotes tuple equal 5 6 all element in this tuple string element, and 7. And after this, print tuple maybe some element. Yes, element is number 0. Yes, it's elements 5. An empty tuple is created using an empty parentheses pair. For example, tuple 1, empty parentheses, row bracket. Yes, it's empty tuple. Tuples are faster than lists. This is advantage of tuple, but they cannot be changed. Remember about it. And that's all about tuple. Goodbye.